Wow. Konnichiwa! Hi Barry, hi Shiz, hi Erasmo. How are you doing? It's truly incredible how as soon as I hit the start streaming button, I need to pee every time. It happens every time. I don't know how I do it. I time it incredibly. Also, it's warm in Melbourne right now. It's too warm. It was supposed to be cooling down, but then occasionally it's like cooling down. It's like, oh, mid-20s, oh, that's okay. And then, oh, it's 30 degrees for a few days, and then it's back down to the like early 20s. And then just one more day of 30, and then we'll go down again. Like, what the fuck is this? What is this? Melbourne weather is stupid. I hate Melbourne weather. But welcome to Roottrees. I don't know anything about Roottreemania. I knew a bit about the original mystery. I knew how it went. Like, I knew the gameplay of it. I have no idea if Roottreemania is the same or different or like a sandbox version. I have no idea. I have literally no idea what Roottreemania is. I don't know if it will take 10 hours to complete or half an hour. And we'll have to vamp for the rest of stream. I have no idea. But we're going to go into it together because I've been desperate for more Roottree content ever since I finished it. Because for some reason, this kind of puzzle, it really tickles my brain. I'm into this kind of puzzle. I like it. It's an MMO. Hi, Kendra. Yeah, I can't wait for Roottreemania to be an MMO. I get to make my own Roottree. Oh my god, OC custom Roottree. Okay. I want to get into it right now. I want to go fast. I want to do it. Find out what happens to the infamous family in a whole new mystery. Roottreemania will spoil unlocked content. Make sure you tied up any loose ends before starting. I know. Everyone who didn't see the previous 2 streams, get ready for spoilies. This game has a lot of good puzzles in it, so I won't judge you if you leave the stream because you want to go play it for yourself. It's a good video game. I enjoyed it very much, and we're gonna play it together. If you're not a puzzly boy, gender neutral, and you just want to watch me do it and yell at me because I'm missing obvious things, except don't backseat too much. If you know the answers to things, don't give me the answers. But if you have ideas, that's fine. Oh, hello.
I'm Clark.
Oh, it's Clark!
You expected to be knocking.
It's Clark! Why do I feel like starstruck? I'm like, oh my god, it's Clark! In the flesh! He's here! It's like, it's fucking Clark. He's kind of an asshole, this one, isn't he? Yeah, he cheated on his wife. Yeah, he cheated on his wife with her little sister. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to talk to Clark. I guess he's here now, though.
You've done well staying anonymous.
Thank
you.
you.
It took us a while to track you down.
Well, ominous.
A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public.
Okay, so it's been a Clark. He got divorced twice. He had. So it's been a year. It's been a year since Roottrees, since we did the Roottrees thing.
I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress.
Oh, he's the new president after Carl. Yeah, because Carl died.
I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Oh. Now that it's public knowledge, the Clancy Trust covers any Roottrees despite their history with us. A lot of potential cousins have surfaced.
Yeah.
You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. It was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself.
He does that?
The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side.
I don't know if I trust you, Clark. Kind of a dickbag from what I know about you.
I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this.
Yeah.
To each their own.
Okay, so let's quickly refresh our memory. Possible infidelity 3. Ooh. So many possible infidelities. Okay, so let's remind ourselves. So here's Clark over here. Yeah. Ooh, we got a new photo of him. We got some new photos of some of them, I guess. Okay, because I filled out this whole thing. Okay. Ooh, new photos of Chris. Ooh, okay. So yeah, Sam's over here. We've got Sam. Okay, let's have a look at what we got. Let's have a look at what we got. Okay, notable events. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It has been 8 months since you helped Sad Manson with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word, and you paid you an incredibly large sum of money. Hell yeah! She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. Okay. 6 pieces. Sad Manson's book about Elias Rootree was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. The Rootree Rift. In March, the Rootree company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to their book's release with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Clark Rafferty LaRue. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Rootree and welcomed Sad Manson to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clancy Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. 5 Ps. After the announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these by a wide margin was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. Roottreemania. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Rootree publicly and vehemently denied that 5Ps was a Rootree. The Rootree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5Ps to drop his claim, and in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Rootree! Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Rootrees. Oh my god! No, it's not a great name. Anonymom and Jane Doe Rootree. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymom, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a Rootree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Rootree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Rootree, and therefore entitled to a share of the Clancy Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottreemania saga. And as more and more of Anonymom's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn, confirming the world's suspicions. The DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Rootree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempted fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottreemania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Okay. Previously on The Roottrees Are Dead. Okay, this is a new investigation with a new focus. After many months of newfound interest in the Roottrees, it is recommended you try to catch up with some of what happened since last time. Some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books and magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant to your new one. It's also a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Okay. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable, so we can't do like process of elimination like we could last time. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Rootree family tree. All evidence from before is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. Okay. The Rootree Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth many years ago. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of that company. Most of the action took place around or around Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the company was initially located. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Rootrees such as Lauren Rootree, Miracle Rootree, Jim Rootree had physical media such as record albums, books, and movies associated with them. Lauren's 2 diaries were probably the most useful resources overall, mentioning many of her relatives directly. The 5 pieces, Elias' children, could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavors. There were 5 presidents of the Rootree Company. Many were featured in periodicals. Caroline Morden, Stephanie Jones, and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters and led to Caroline's art book, which enabled you to fill out more of the tree. Many of the younger Roottrees are found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty's Lauren's grandson. That's how I found Chris Rafferty. I forgot about that. November Roottrie was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones's company website. Yup. Ronald and his brother Robert Roottrie go by Ron and Robbie. Both worked on a TV show called Brother Trouble until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron unsuccessfully tried to have Robbie removed from the Clancy Trust. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. There are also a few dead hens and red herrings. Aloysius Herring Roottrie, who claimed he was a Roottrie but was not. Family Man, a book about Elias Roottrie, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not very useful in their own, though could lead to other information. Caroline Modern sculptures were not useful. Okay. And then, yep. Okay. Today, August 3rd, 1999, there was a knock at your door. Clark Rafferty LaRue, the current president of the Roottrie Candy Company, explained that multiple people have come out of the woodwork to claim to be Roottries. He's been trying to work with Sam, but she has not answered his calls. He also handed you a letter that he said you could share with Sam that said the following. To both of you, the company I hired to help us with the Clancy Trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history, as well as the people they may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches. So please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could realistically be part of a relationship that led to the birth of a new Roottrie. Just tell us who to investigate by filling in the new sections of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying that the timeline checks out. But keep in mind why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for the ones that led to potential new Roottries. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone that you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I love to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt. I'm no stranger to infidelity. Yep, I wish I could claim I was the perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you, refuse to make any more mistakes, and do my best to sort out the various messes we left behind. I mean, that's nice. So please fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to make amends. Good luck, and thank you both. Clark. Okay. And this is our archived evidence. Is it gonna show... I don't know if our intuition will be here. Yeah, let's believe in Clark. Let's believe in Clark. Okay. So this is, ooh, infidelity. That's split up as well. Oh, and we've got another top secret. Okay. Ooh, ooh! This person! This person has a lot. I feel like this one has to be a man. What? There's a secret child? 2 of these people have a secret child? It's not an affair, it's not infidelity, they're married, so I was worried it was incest for a second, but no, they're married. They're properly married, so there's gotta be a secret child between one of these couples, like how Edward Clancy was written out of, like, the story. There's another secret child that a couple's hiding. Oh! It's cousin marriage? But the thing is that they're both in the family tree and they're married. They're currently married. 2 people in the family tree that are currently married. Which means that, like, it has to be Cause like, unless a pairing from here split up in the 8 months and got remarried, like unless one of these couples split up within this 8 months and got married to someone else in the family, I think it has to be a couple that's already established up here and is having a new child. And also, this spouse doesn't have a big portrait, which means that spouse isn't a Rootree. So this can't be an incest marriage because this spouse doesn't have a picture. This spouse isn't actually a Rootree. This spouse is somewhere in here. Okay. We've got a lot. Look how far this one goes down. Okay. Possible. Okay, it also gives us the timeline when these happened. Family tree update 1998. Okay. Oh! Family tree update 1998. Oh, this might be a new baby. Oh, okay, so maybe in the period of time, maybe in the last 8 months, someone had a baby. I think that's what this is. This is a family tree update, not an infidelity case. So one of these couples had another baby. Oh, is it Chris Rafferty? Oh, it might be. It might be Chris Rafferty. Let's see. Chris and what's Louisa? Louisa, they might have had a baby. That makes sense. Let's have a look. Okay. Oh, it's good to be back. Okay, if I look up just Chris Rafferty, I don't think anything will come up because he's a bit, yeah. What was the, cause yeah, even in this, it actually gave us like the way to find him. Yeah, it like showed us how he found, like it's noting that Chris Rafferty is like a notable person. Yeah, Chris Raff 75. Okay, there we go. Chris Rafferty's prodigy site seems to have been discovered by the masses, gone to the art pictures of his cousins, and said it's a list of questions that people kept emailing him. The most relevant ones are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. Okay, right, because he is... Yes, he is the son of Jane LaRue. Okay. Oh, whoops. I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete and my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me and now calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember, like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 and in the office with my dad and Guy who was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. Hang on. That sounds important to me for some reason. I don't know if my memories come from that picture or not. The photo is added to evidence. How did you know you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottrees Curse website. He emailed some old stuff including proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. Roottrees Curse website. Highlight that too. You spell fiance wrong. Yeah. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. Okay, let me see. Oh ho! Here we go. According to Chris, is a photo of him, his father, and Guy Hudson. While they were distracted, he stuck into a supply of chocolate they kept for visitors and tours. Chris Rafferty did not know who the woman in the photo was. That feels... Oh, she has a tattoo. She has a tattoo. Let's keep that in mind. That, I feel like... Guy Hudson. Yeah, so that's Guy Hudson. That's gotta be. We don't have a spot for a new photo of him, though, which... Ooh. Him and Joan... and Patricia never had a child. The fact that we have a photo of Guy and there's no new spot here makes me think he's down here somewhere. That makes me think he's down here. Okay, but we have a new photo of Chris. We have a new woman and a new photo of Clark. There we go. His memories are faulty, so maybe he's not actually Guy in a different retreat. That's possible. He did say his memories weren't great. I don't know if my memories come from that picture or not. Yeah, that could be someone else. It's a good point. Did not know who the woman in the photo was. She has a tattoo though, which seems important. Okay, let's have a look at 5Ps. That seems like a good place to start. Five Ps. AKA Felix Fellows is a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a lost Roottrie and entitled to part of the fortune. Let's quickly highlight that just so I remember his name. His alias 5Ps is a play on 5 pieces. An article you find on a website known for the particularly harsh reviews of modern music is his most recent album, Root of All Evil. Hang on. 1 star out of 7 for whatever reason. With the headline, More Poser Than Action Figure Collection. More poser than my action figure collection. The review mentions his real name is David and used to go by Dirty Davy. Okay, and the author rues the fact that his rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. Just when she was 16. Okay. Apparently only one of the songs on the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the covers of News Time holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. Okay. News Time. At first, the Roottrie company denied it vehemently. Miracle Roottrie even appeared in the same magazine a week later. Okay. But since then, they've backtracked and publicly welcomed him to the family. Their press release at the time cited they only knew evidence that confirmed the story. Okay, News Time. Okay, let's try. There we go. And a new periodical too. Felix Fellows, aka 5Ps, famously appeared on the cover of News Time, kicking off Roottreemania. Then a week later, Miracle Roottrie appeared on the cover of a magazine in an article that focused heavily on 5Ps as well. A summary of both articles as well as a close-up photo of 5Ps holding onto the cover of his issue have been added to the evidence. Okay. Oh my god. There's 3 people in the background here. That feels important. Okay. 5Ps, aka Felix Fellows, appeared on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. I'm aware of these 3 people in the back. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational and initially dismissed as fake until a DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. Get headshots? No, I can't get headshots from the little picture. I feel like that's gonna be something later. 5P says that his mother Joanna was Zach Morton's. His mother Joanna was Zach Morton's secretary. He retired, then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit. First few weeks that he was president. Is that too tiny? Yeah. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. Okay. Okay, so his mother, Joanna, was married to someone else when she had an affair with Guy Hudson. Okay. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. He grew up with her until she was 16, but one day his mother never came back home from the movie rental store where she worked at the register. The next morning they find her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all of the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. As Felix went through her belongings, the only things he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. Then he found it, a box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover of News Time. He says it was the only one where they were dressed, the only one not from the affair itself. The picture was shown in full inside the magazine was added to evidence. Okay, there we go. So it's here. There are 3 people in the background. Roottrees family picnic. Rapper 5 Piece appeared on the cover of News Time holding this Polaroid of his mother, Joanna, when she was Zach Morton's secretary at a company picnic. He claims that Joanna and Guy Hudson, also in the photo, were having an affair that led to his birth. Okay. Here's Miracle. Oh, and we have Felix and the Charlatans and Thieves. Miracle Roottrees fights back. Miracle Roottrees appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after the 5Ps did. He vehemently denied that 5Ps were Roottrees. The article was from before the DNA test that proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of 5P's accusations regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels like are attacking his family. He starts with 6 pieces content. He says that although the most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out that Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottrees, and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. What did her son do? What? Sam's family was... He was the president. He was the president. What do you mean? Weird. Oh, right! The president gets no salary! That's right, that's right. It's equal to the price of 5 pieces bucks. Yep, thank you, Gist. Claims that they didn't have to. The family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting, that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Hensley's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Fuck you. Miracle says it was EC's own choice, and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continue to live together, Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6 pieces. He recounts a deluge of claims to the clans of trust that the family have been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves into arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team for help, but so far every case has been demonstrably laughably false. All they do is tarnish his family's reputation. He focuses on 5Ps who appeared on News Time before him, calls him a grifter and a delinquent, and says he's using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred, He cites 5P's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion, Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. Highlight that. Miracle's Roottrees are planning on touring the country's churches one last time. Now at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottrees. While he plans to continue preaching his own church in the Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your own hometown. Classic Christian behavior, only opportunity to promote. Exactly! The article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRue through the Roottrees law firm. Miracle does not speak for the entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in the family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottrees, despite Sam Matson being born a year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Okay. Is there... There isn't space for another photo here. This then makes it look like Roottrees are arch nervous when you finally got to them. I'm gonna say something right now. There are no new photo slots for Guy or Miracle. And when was this one? Infidelity 1921. I think this one is fucking... I think this is you. I think this is you. Motherfucker, I think this is you. You had an affair with someone, you piece of shit. I got your ass. I got your ass. Because that's 1921. He would have been... When was... He's 71 and it's 19... Hang on a second. It's 1999, right? It's 1999. He's 71. So... He would have been born in... Okay, wait, no. Maybe he's too young. Hang on, okay. He's 99. 99 minus 70 is 29. Okay, yeah, I think he's too young. No, he's too young. I think he's too young. Wait a second. Let me just double check. He was born in 1928. Okay, so that's impossible. That can't be him. But... I think it's this one. Because we have a new photo of him. We have a new photo of him, but there's not a new spot for a photo here. So I think it's here. I think it's here. A married person too. 1921. Okay. Let me, okay, so, hang on. So, let me think. Miracle was born 14 years after his next oldest sibling. So he was born 14 years after Marguerite, or whatever her name is. Okay. So Marguerite was born in 1914, so she's too young. I think these five aren't too far apart in age, I don't think. So I think the only person old enough to actually have an infidelity case here would be either Elias or Gwyneth. It has to be one of these two, I think, in this one. Because the only one who's, I think, old enough to actually have a baby in 1921, I don't think any of these guys were. Oh, unless... I think we need more timeline information. I think it's possible one of these five had an affair? Probably not Edward. Because the Roottreemania company was founded in 1908. So these two are already adults and they had already had 5 children. When in 1908, they'd already had 5 children. So I think it's possible. Okay, so I think it's possible. We can't rule out these guys being the infidelity here. But I think... Ooh, and we also have a notable spot here. Which I think... 5 Ps is notable, right? Yeah, he's notable. Rickle's a lot younger. Yeah, they would have been adults, I think. Well, I remember they're 14 years apart. So... when he was born, Marguerite would have been 14. And I guess she could have had a baby at that time, but I don't know. I think you're here. And your actual name... Ooh! New method for looking. Okay. And we saw... Okay, right. And we also saw what his actual name was. His name is actually David. His name is David. Dirty Davy. Let's try and look up Dirty Davy real quick. Dirty Dave. Thanks, fellas. Okay. Dirty Davy. There we go. Okay, his birth name is David Fellows. Okay, there we go. Birth name was David Fellows. Dirty Davy was 5P's previous stage name. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under that name. Okay, the other is called Dirty Devil and another one Dirt Poor. Okay, so his last name is Fellows. There you go. And he is a rapper or a musician, I'm guessing. Okay, and this would be Guy Hudson. Oh. Oh wait, is this? Guy's in the middle bit. He's the source of the affairs. Oh, right. My bad. You're right. There we go. Got it. And he was the 4th president? What was he? 3rd president. He was busy. Oh, he was busy! Okay. We got lots of photos of him. First affair. And this would be her. And her name was... We saw his name. We saw her name. What was her name? Did I write it down? Joanna. Joanna. And did it say that her last name was Fellows? Okay. Okay. Riley and Joanna Fellows. Okay, so this would be Riley Fellows. But we don't know Joanna's maiden name. He's born Felix Fellows to Riley and Joanna Fellows, but never upped without a moniker. He was born Felix Fellows? Hang on. He was born Felix Fellows, but that one says Davy. Interesting. Let's try looking up blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. Is referring to Davy? Is her name? Is her last name? Is there a Dave? No. Let's have a look at his albums. Yeah, Dirty Davy, Dirty Devil. Dirty Devil was 5P's first mixtape, released as Dirty Davy from the early 90s. Discrepancies in debate about what year it actually was released based on some of the pop culture references, with the range thought to be somewhere between 1992 and 1994. One of the songs, Yes I Can Jump, seems to be at the center of confusion. Some fan sites claim that there are multiple versions with different track lists and song links on them, though because there's very little evidence of the mixtape outlined as it is, it's even harder to verify information. Yes I Can Jump is a song that was on 5P's mixtape Dirty Devil. It seems to be the only song that didn't make it onto a studio album that people thought should have. he makes a popular makes a reference to a movie from 1992 called White Man Can't Jump. This reference has caused some confusion among the fan base. Because of it, it is agreed upon that the mixtape had to come out in 1992 at the earliest, but others point out that Fellows references seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. This would have been in 1994. Some take this to mean that the album had to be just released in 1994 at the earliest. Others claim he was likely just trying to make himself sound older, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, he stated multiple times he was just a dumb kid when it was released. Oh! I think that's... Wait, I thought I had a thought, but now I don't know if I have a thought. I like that. Okay. There's also Dirt Poor. Dirt Poor was a mixtape by Dirty Davy released in 1996. There's a lot of online discourse from people who like to point out that one of the songs, Felix Fellows, includes someone that would have revealed to be his own distant cousin Raina in a list of attractive women. The lyrics to one of the song's Heat mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s, and provides a crude pun line about what Fellows felt about them. When released in 1999, much of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overly profane, and the line referencing Raymond was clumsily replaced by Dana, reference to a character from the X-Files. Heat. Okay. There was also, most recent album, Root of All Evil. Let's try that. It's a music periodical. I'm gonna look for a music periodical in a second. It's 5P's debut album. According to various sources, the album is mostly material that 5P's recorded for his mixtapes before he became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences and professional production. All Your Problems was the first and only single released. After dropping the single, 5P's announced he'd retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the signal didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars in an hour to call and request the video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. Okay. 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 Don't know. I don't think. It started at 7. Okay. Backtracked. Okay. Can I type? Okay. His birth name was David. I'm gonna trust that because I feel like maybe he is contradicting evidence. Zach Morden's secretary. Modern journalism. Maybe news time messed up? Yeah. Let's try it. No, I didn't think so. Let's have a look at some other evidence. Okay, we've also got 6 pieces. We can look up 6 pieces again, see how 6 pieces did. Okay. Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family by Sam Manson was released in early 1999 and perhaps assisted by all the relatively recent plane crash, shot to the top of the charts. Reviews were mixed, and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to only 2 months. Most reviewers agreed that the core of the book about Samantha's fathers and the struggle they faced was compelling, and that the takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Roottrees was deserved. However, many took umbrage at the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. Love the jazz music, it's pretty good. Also, hi, Jill. The fallout from the book led to the Roottrees company scrambling to release a statement, and due to conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. This confusing move was referenced in popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecisionitis. But more traditional analysts have been calling it the Roottrees rift. A few months later, due to Roottreemania, the book re-entered the charts and sold even better than the first time. Okay, let's have a look really quickly. Hang on. Get all of this. Public library. Sam Madsen. There we go. We've got the book now. Sam Madsen's book was released earlier this year, and the details truth about Elias Roottrees, as well as Sam's fathers, Edward Clancy Roottrees and John Miller, helped to verify his story, so much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam has some sections on her other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your search. This extra bit added to your notes. Let's fucking go. Oh, there we go. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and the rumors and the gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 1968 after the death of Elias Roottrees. That feels important somehow. Until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1988. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to the 6 pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Okay. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonella's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly. They eloped quickly. Due to a pregnancy, Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor had it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Worked as one of Guy's secretaries. They eloped. Okay. A caterer. Smith wasn't aware. Okay. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottrees. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It's said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There's also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. I thought so. I fucking thought so. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentions that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth? Let's fucking go," because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth, but she never met her. Let's fucking go, dudes. I thought so. I thought so, you sly motherfucker. You are first president. Yeah. I fucking thought so. And someone named Elizabeth. And where's the secretary? Okay. There we go. There we go, baby. Okay, we got some stuff going on here. We got some stuff happening here. Okay, let's have a look at the Roottrees Rift. Anonymom was also... Yeah, this one was... Yeah, this one was proved incorrect, but I'm still interested in it. Let's try looking up Roottreemania. Roottreemania immediately followed the announcement that a rapper going by Fire Peas is actually a Roottrie. Collectively, popular culture seemed to focus on the Roottrie family and Fire Peas for a few weeks before everything felt oversaturated and society moved on. Because of the Fire Peas saga, an underlying through line of how pop culture treated Roottreemania was an excuse for everyday people to claim they were Roottries. Daytime talk shows had I'm a Secret Roottrie episodes. Late night hosts and guests made jokes about other lost members of the family, and there was a widely shared website where you could fill in your own name to find out if you're a secret Roottrie. When you submitted your name, it simply said no, with an image of Clark Rafferty giving you the finger. Roottreemania only lasted a few weeks, just long enough for Six Pieces to re-enter the charts and to trigger new printings of other Roottrie-related media. This includes Lauren's diaries, VHS releases of Gwen's old movies, as well as countless other unauthorized biographies, which mostly seem to attempt to capitalize on the Roottrie sisters Carl and Brenda. These re-releases were too late to successfully capitalize or extend the craze. As a result, most of them were failures, and countless novelty shirts that had variations of I'm a Secret Roottrie became immediately unfashionable, although some people still wear them ironically. Love that. It said Anonymom wasn't a Roottrie, but I still feel like this might have something. Second high-profile case after Felix Feliz of a potential new Roottrie being added to the claims at trust. Instead of claiming herself a Roottrie, however, she claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a Roottrie. The accusation came during the height of Roottreemania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in News Time. Okay. The TV interview and the article, she referred to his daughter as Dane Doe Roottrie. The name Anonymom was not self-inflicted. It seemed to spring up organically because no one else knew her nobody knew how else to refer to her. The day after the News Time article, Sam Manson publicly supported Anonymom due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymom went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired. As more details came out, people became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to Five Peas. The accusation even included so many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job, secretary, in the time period, late 70s. After fumbling the Five Peas story so publicly, the Roottrees are more prepared to handle all the trust-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymom's daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anonymom and the Roottrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up hope that history could repeat itself after Five Peas felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymom be held accountable, and some even began to attempt to track down her true identity. The Roottrie company felt pressured to put out a second statement trying to curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say though it's scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottrie is not a Roottrie, this doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make her claim as it had been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave the family alone. Many people claim this high-profile anticlimax and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Roottreemania, since much of the fun was the shared fascination about secret Roottrees. Others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the race of Six Pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Roottrie has already been eliminated as a potential new Roottrie by the company's lawyers. And none of the feds not appear in your updated tree. Okay. But I do want to look up the News Time. There we go. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time holding a picture of her daughter, Dane Doe Roottrie. The first and only mention of the phrase Anonymom in News Time came the week after when they issued apologies for featuring her in the first place. She's also blonde. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time. Yep. The anonymous woman claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period when many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morton were already gone. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members Guy interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Guy Hudson liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seemed to be an excuse to have after parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claimed she slept with him at one of these parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed as they had no arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She started to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed that things had run its course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in News Time, she realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottrees company at the same time as Five's mother Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar, and she knew Joanna was telling the truth right away. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman at the time of Roottrees, and all the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details that she provided to News Time, their reporters were able to reach out to the other woman hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of the infamous after parties. Five's case was strengthened, and their news story was subsequently published. Okay. I need to find Joanna's maiden name somehow. How would I go about finding her maiden name? Did they write anything about Guy Hudson? Okay, this. Death certificate somehow? I don't think periodicals about Dirty Davy may mention it. No. Modern Music Monthly was older. Should I look up Jane Doe Roottrees? This is the same. Final affair. T8. Let's have a look at my notes again. Some woman who I didn't know cleaned my face. That's gotta be another affair partner. She has a tattoo on her hand. Roottrees curse website. Let's have a look at that. There we go. There's new stuff here. During an initial search, he came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the Roottrees. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor count has reached its 7 digits. Nice work, Thomas. Many older articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising in Roottrees news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of new events to base new theories on. More than one of his theories involved Roottrees deaths being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in the family, the odds that one of them faked their death, it's just math. Is it? Newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with the post mentioning that he begun believing Guy's not dead theory. In his own words, my eyes have been opened. All of this is beginning to make too much sense. One of his posts details the belief that Ron Roottrees is still in charge. Gwen Roottrees' death was fake. And the clock is only there to throw people off. Apparently this allowed Ron to travel to France and to develop their new candy recipe in secret. Another is about the rapper 5Ps. He can't possibly be a Roottrees, one of his first album songs, when he was performing under the devil name, actually mentioned he wanted to have sex with Raina. Not even Sam Manson is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Manson is an anagram for our madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us. He claims that by using 6 pieces with Lauren Roottrees' books as a one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he's managed to pick out the words people and vastness and was working out what it means. There's also a quest at the bottom. Next year, 2000, is a leap year. Novawood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottrees red-handed in Operation RT29. Specifically mentioned not to volunteer if you ever drunk Spirit Cola, but he doesn't go into why. Can I look up Spirit Cola really quick? May now be relevant. Carbonated drink found in the Southern Universe. It comes in various flavors, including lemon, lime, and cherry. Hell yeah. Let's try the guy's not dead. Actually, let's look up Thomas Overwood first. Okay. Okay, this is just him. Okay. Guy's not dead. Ooh! The Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on clues that the Roottrees have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers, in print advertisements, in television commercials, in their jingles, etc. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottrees company and introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in favor of the consumers, so they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some even theorized he was simply Guy Hudson in a elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. Who was the president after Guy? It was... yeah, it was Ernest. People who run the site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue to all of this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Picote. Let's go. On this page is a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Sanchez, and some photos. You add them to evidence. Wait, let's get that real quick. Give that to me. And Picote, please. Let's go! New periodical added, Picote. Okay. An issue that focused on talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low. Picote had an article about a cancelled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have rights to publish. Because of the pictures, this issue was pulled from store shelves, making it the subject of conspiracies and an instant collector's item. Due to this recall, a version found in these archives is incomplete. Let's look up Cicely Sanchez, an author best known for Portrait of a Changed Man, released in 1979. Her follow-up, Fallen Gospel, did not perform as well critically, but still quite sold quite respectably. She's written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are claimed to fame. According to a site about authors, Cicely is known for her non-fiction with a focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche. Recently, Cicely appeared in a magazine called Picote with an article about a book she'd been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued and cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures she never had the rights to publish. She was pulled from the store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Let's go. Okay. Portrait of a Changed Man. Sanchez, out of print. Book description has this to say: what if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today, could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those who knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? What was the other one? Foreign Gospel. Tell the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. Yeesh. He returned to the United States after just 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. This book tells his story, but the author Cicely Sanchez also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of those so-called converted. Ooh. Basselbub? Oh, it's the singing bass! Okay. This is an interview with Cicely Sanchez, an author. She's hired to write a book about Guy Hudson. Let's go. It's the singing fish. You claim to have been paid a significant amount of money to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of the 1970s, right? Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually, the last night of 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties, and I was just coming off of a changed man and looking for his next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party, and that was the first time anyone recognized me for my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop chop snip snip. Anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to two traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottree, and second, he'd never been satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, but he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he's Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers, really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottree was boring as hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft of the book, sent me this garbage book, The Roottree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits from the same green ones Elias wore. Green suit. Okay. And remember fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias' legacy was the 5-piece flavors, so that's what Guy tried to do too. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Roottrees Brazil factory. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. How come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anyone in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. Yeah, I'm wondering if there are kids in Brazil. Okay. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I'd already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big shiny embossed letters. Like all his problems in life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good, imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage, and we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress Susie something into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl, I remembered her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, he died soon after, and that was the last it ever came up. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Manson? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottrees Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. Nice, Australia mention. When he met with someone, I'd figure out who they were and how they were involved, doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Madsen got things wrong. Sam mentions Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them, like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it, the same thing. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women! Let's go! Let's go! More lesbians! More lesbians in the chat! And the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't that interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I'd said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen as traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any women that found him charming. I can assure you he was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Okay. Lesbian or bi though? I don't know. But here we go. There's photos from the first magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez and Picoty. There's issues of Picoty magazine that it comes from. There's also this woman in the back. Woman in the back! Picoty does not have a label its individual photos. Both photos were instead labeled under the shared label. Cicely was provided with these photos by the Roottrees company for use in her book. Background of the photo, there is a Christmas tree and also a woman. Who are you? This is this. Another woman. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez and Picoty. Oh! There's Elias in the background. The magazine it came from was pulled from the shelves, but you can manage to find it online. Picoty does not label the individual photos. Okay, yeah. And these were not allowed to be used in her book, so I'm assuming there are some affair partners in the background. And this looks... There are some affair partners in the background for sure. 100%, baby. This is 100%. Oh, she's blonde! Like this woman. Or she might be graying? I don't know. I don't know yet. Okay. Okay. I wish that... I wish there was a mechanic to, like, call people. I want to call... I want to, like, call Cicely. I feel like Cicely has a lot of information that I could use. I really like him. Blondes is so basic. No, he's got lots of other women. Let's try looking up Roottrees Brazil. Roottrees Brazil, sometimes erroneously referred to as Roottrees Brazil, one of the companies that created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of Roottrees Everywhere initiative near the beginning of 1979. Unlike some of the other Roottrees Everywhere results, Roottrees Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which caviar favored 5 pieces released at the end of 1978 were a hit. The primary reason was that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5-piece bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alvalagos, near the municipality of San Bernardo do Campo, became the location chosen by the Roottrees Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in 1979. The factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas. Okay. So this is in Brazil. Okay. Breakdown on the project since then, however, has been operating relatively smoothly, except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio do Bordo. This is Brazilian Portuguese, but is Ronnie here? The second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Corporação de Doces Brazil. I don't know, Kendra. Which literally translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists. Not much information has ever existed about it, and the Roottrees now run Roottrees Brazil entirely. Okay. Roottrees Everywhere initiative. Okay. Roottrees Everywhere was an expansion in the late 1970s. It coincided with some other large changes in the company and had mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in a very different, sometimes haphazard ways. There's minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you can glean the following. Roottrees candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as early as the 1940s. This included places like Canada, Mexico, several countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Roottrees Everywhere involved Roottrees expansion to other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Roottrees. This started with 4 that had no share in Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Each of the countries had an entirely new company formed, mostly making deals with local Roottrees Oz, Roottrees Brazil, China, Roottrees France. Okay. Maple Fire? Roottrees Down Under. I can't wait for the Roottrees Down Under. Incendio do Bordo. Oh, there we go. Translates to Maple Fire. In 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. Fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor, and locals claimed that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it is unknown why this happened, but last year's news special did list this incident as well as a few others in the small town as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. Right, newly elected politician Edson Soares. Edson Soares was a Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seems that up to 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson Soares. Edson is a former mayor of Alvalagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for an American car company. He was put in charge of Alvalagos by the military government in 1973. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. This had 2 side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him a very popular mayor, and what the paper speculates was a move to counteract his unpopularity. His wife, Sonia, was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Teleread. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988, when he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It is not known where he's gone, but the dissertation even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. Sonia. Okay. Anyone relevant by the name of Sonia Soares? Spy specialist pretended to play the list of a news anchor in Brazil named Flavia Soares, who has a mother named Sonia. Oh, here we go! XX Flavio XX! Let's go! Flavio Soares is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fanfiction. There's a small section dedicated to him. It seems that women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales and learn there's a common thread that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. Hell yeah. Absolutely very typical. He's only 18 and he's a newscaster. There are also some more traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age, 18, his zodiac sign Libra, his favorite food, grilled steak, and even his mother's name, Sonia. Although it seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired, one site with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. This photo's been added to your evidence. Wow. To Natasha, kisses from Brazil, Flavio. Is this Sonia? Look up Ashley York really quick. Let me find her. Ashley York is a British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewelry. She's been subject to some controversy in the past few months, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of some magazines. Shut up. young Brazilian news anchor named Flavio Soares. Currently dating a supermodel. Interesting. Alvalagos. São Bernardo do Campo is a real place in Brazil. A game designer made by the name of Jeremy Johnstone. Look up cities in Brazil that have a lot of manufacturing. Defending Brazilians with a tale of his writing that involved corruption and politics. The small town he made up, Alvalagos, where the factory was located, was invented by mixing two other regions, Interlagos and Alvarenga. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Nova Corporação de Dotes Brasil. Okay, it's this again. Okay. It's in source. Married. National Candy Company of Brazil, yes. To me, that implies this one maybe over here. Mayhaps. Reminders. Is there new stuff about the Roottrees sisters? Start with that. There is new stuff. The website you used to initially place Raina, Rose, and Riley is still up, though instead of the cheery pink background with purple text, is now traditional black text on a white background. The young webmaster has turned the site into a memorial for the sisters and their father. Seems like she did end up getting her ears pierced like Rose after all. Aww. Regardless, there's no relevant information, just a picture of the girls with sad MIDI piano playing in the background. From other higher profile sites, you find that a charity has been set up on the girl's name. Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. The Root website has a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but it contains no new information. The most recent catalog, spring 1999. I feel like the catalog might be. Entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who's apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name and she seems unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page. On it you find information about the Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. According to The Sun, the fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottrees sisters if they were still alive. Like other aspects of the Cleanser Trust, it's managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. Ruby Legal Enterprises is the name of the law firm that has been hired by the Roottrees Candy Company. The company is named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. You can't find much about the company from before this year, though all the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco of 6 Pieces and the revelation that the Roottrees internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Roottrees combination, including the Candy Company and Root. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez. But we haven't looked at this, actually. Wait, no. Recently in the news. The Elmo thumbnail. I love the Elmo. I drew that Elmo and it honestly went so hard. Ruby Spratt. Like her lead company is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from her before her time with the Roottrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There she graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was a part of. One was a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against the manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Company services a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Mid-Eastern University is a notable private college that advertises itself as midway between Maine and Miami. Aren't those pretty far apart? Their mascot is the Spectres, though they are not known for their sports programs as much as their education. Their legal and language departments are their pride and joy, though they have also fairly extensive computer science and robotics programs. Along with other prestigious schools that haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy League schools, some refer to it as Little Ivy. The college has embraced this, calling their newspaper the Herald, which is a combination of Hedera, the scientific name for ivy, and Herald. Their website boasts that they have a historical technology museum on campus, including a still functioning computer from the 1960s that takes up a full room. There's also a printing press that they use to print one special year end of the Herald each year. Northeast and southeast corners of the US, I think. Ooh, new periodical, there we go. That was a new school newspaper at the Mid-Eastern University. It appears to be available in your periodical archive. Okay. Herald. What should we try searching? Maybe Ruby? Ruby Sprat? Ruby Sprat graduated top of her class from Mid-Eastern's Legal College. The valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial at the time, as it was quite serious with a heavy focus on wealth inequality that didn't go over well with the predominantly middle to upper class audience in attendance. The editor of the Herald at the time said Ruby, unsatisfied by simply earning her place at Mid-Eastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a captive audience of her peers with a perfect GPA. It felt like the ideal occasion for a celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, by the end of her speech, there were many in the audience that wished that neither of those events had transpired. It was an impassioned attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her fellow students and their parents into the religion of poverty, but unfortunately, judging by their silence, they remained unconvinced. Yikes. Okay. Possible. Is there anything about it here? Oh wait, what was the... Hang on a second. There was... Wait a second. I kind of want to try root spring. Okay, maybe that's not important. Let's have a look at some... I don't think that's important. Oh, Telered is a former television station in Brazil. Came into being in 1970 after a vacuum created due to the removal of a different network at the hands of Brazilian military dictatorship. You don't have much to go about who ran it and when. I know who ran it. Sonia. Sonia ran it. Anyone from the Root Scholarship? Mayhaps. Try. Why is it? Let me search it. Okay. Oh, maybe it in here, maybe. No, wait. don't think... Yeah. It's the main... These guys are noted here. It's to fill a paragraph. Oh! Stephanie was pregnant! Stephanie was pregnant! That's what it is! That's what it is! Figured it out! Figured it out! Stephanie was pregnant. Wait, Stephanie Landon? Stephanie's pregnant. She had a baby. She had a baby. What was his last name? Brian. She had a baby. She had a baby. Figured it out. There we go. The first is baby fodder. Let me go. I thought so. Bink, bink, bink. That's a baby. That's a damn baby right there. There she is. Ooh! There we go! We got some confirmations. Okay, who do we get correct? Okay, so Miracle did have an affair. He did have an affair. And his name is David. Good, good, good. Miracle had an affair. Miracle had an affair. Oh, Sam's here.
Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
Mm-hmm.
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on.
Ooh,
and some
Regina
company records I
Clementine.
managed to track down.
Oh, Mary Beth Clementine.
The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Gimme. Gimme the evidence. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Also, let's fill in this real quick. That's a damn baby. Also, okay. First baby right there. You find a picture of their new family together. A daughter is named after her grandmother. Ended up being convenient since she was born the night before Christmas. Is that... Wait, where is she? Where is she? I lost her. There she is. Her grandmother. Probably not here. But I'm going to assume that's Eve then. She's born the night before Christmas. I'm going to assume her name's Eve. No. Not Eve. Is Clara. Oh wait, no, here. Duh. I'm stupid. She has 2 grandmothers, yeah. So here she is. Mother, grandmother, Caroline. Oh, Carol! There we go. Carol Jones, there we go. What's next? Not much substance there right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family. There's been some extra tension on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months, and how about how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Alright, but I think we've got babies here. Should we? Okay, let's look at the picture first. Got these guys. This photo was given to you by Sam Manson. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband had confessed he thinks he's a Roottrie. Details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, singer who may have an affair with Miracle Roottrie. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. And let's assume that she's a musician for now. Let's just fill that in for now. Ooh. 6 pieces Prodigy US. 2 genealogy genie at prodigy.us. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine. Nay Salazar? What does that mean? What does that word mean? From New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband, Stuart Clementine. Oh, Clementine wouldn't be her... Clementine's not her maiden name. Stuart Clementine. Okay, and then there must be a Stuart Jr. in here. Wrote me about a month ago. Apparently Roottrie lawyers were after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who was a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottrie. Okay. But he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. Okay. Regina Clementine. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Nope, just kidding. I'm thinking of the wrong person. I'm thinking of the wrong person. But that might still be Clementine. Okay. Her husband, Stuart Clementine. So Regina and her husband, Stuart Clementine, told her he thought he might be a Roottrie, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Okay, Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s, 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online. She was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger. And Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I attached this email. Okay. Saving a tree, not printing this email. Well. Okay, well, marriage. So I'm assuming this guy here is Stuart. The older one is Stuart. The older boy wearing a vest. So this boy. Oh, it might not actually... Clementine might be her last name if he took... If his father was estranged, he might have taken his mother's last name. I'm not sure. I'm gonna leave these both unknown for now. He's a police officer now. And the spouse is Regina Clementine. But we don't know her actual maiden name, we just know Regina. Nay Salazar. Oh, is that her maiden name? Nay's maiden name. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat, I was so focused. I was really in it. I'm gonna try putting Clementine here just in case I get something else and then it locks in on accident. Okay. Let's have a look at the confidential company records. Yay! Okay, you were given some partial staff records to cross-reference with Sam Manson. Yes! These records are based on all tax mailing information and only detail the employees that work directly for Roottrees in their corporate office. The many laborers on their farms and in their factories are not listed. Not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross-referencing Guy's secretaries and visits overseas. Supply searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Thank you for telling me that in advance. Leadership. President, Zach Morton. Special Management, Ernest Madsen Jr. Ernest Madsen Jr. Edward Roottrees. Edward Roottrees. Who's Edward? Do you remember who Edward is? There's Clancy Edward. Edward Clancy. Over here, he's a lawyer. Lloyd Carpenter, Claremont, Elizabeth Cravensworth. That's an Elizabeth. We gotta keep an eye out for Elizabeths and Beths. We gotta keep an eye out for Beths here. Eli C. Roottrees, Fred Cross, Albert Cross, Douglas Rosenberg. Secretaries, Juliet McCullen, Joanna Robinson. Let's go. Let's go. Doris Mays, Beth Knox, Samantha Madsen, John Miller, Elizabeth Farrow, another Elizabeth. Keep the Elizabeths in mind. Stuart Todd, Sam Harmon, major expenses none. 1977, it was announced that Zach would be retiring, Guy would be taking over, start of 1978. Beth Knox and the secretaries too? Right. Hang on. Where was that? Joanna Robinson and Beth Knox. Okay. Held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. Guy Hudson has replaced Ernest Madsen Jr. as special management. Okay. Patrick Decker was hired. Eli C. Roottrees is no longer employed by the company. Is no longer employed by Roottrees. Ernest Madsen Jr. is now listed under product management. Christine Farrow was hired. Joanna Robinson is no longer listed among the secretaries, but Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Okay, so we know that's Joanna Robinson. That's her last name. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Roottrees. Christina Farrow is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been hired. Okay, so she got married. Is there anyone else that got married? This is the only other one that got married. That's the only other one that got married. Let's go. Christine Farrow. That's the only other one that got married. And then what's the last name that she changed to? Garland. Let's go. John Miller is no longer employed by Roottrees. Gwyneth Madsen was hired. Beth Knox, 50-year work anniversary bonus. 50,000 Zach Morton retirement party. Oh. That lines up. That so lines up. If Beth Knox... Oh, bitch! I got you, bitch! I got you, bitch! Bitch, I got you so good! That's Beth Knox. That's Beth Knox. I know it. I know it. I know it. That's Beth Knox, motherfucker. That's Beth Knox. 50-year work anniversary. So she's got to be working there for a long time, baby. She's going to be working there for a long time. Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period in the company's staffing. Many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began to develop new 5-pieces flavors. Guy Hudson replaces Zachariah Morton. Edward Roottrees, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed by Roottrees. Rafa Toons is now listed as office staff. Maybe we should highlight that and look into Rafa Toons again. Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed by Roottrees. Christine Garland is no longer working for Roottrees. Beatrice Watts and Corin Swartz were hired. Juliet McCullen and Doris Mays are no longer employed by Roottrees. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing were hired. Okay, so we got a lot of women here. Raffatoon's classified. Raffatoon's is Clark's advertising. Like, they do the jingles. Thomas Green, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jack Keatings are no longer employed by Roottrees. Emily Seinfeld and Sam Cattrall were hired. There you go. Robert Logan is no longer employed by Roottrees. William Sams was hired. Susan Ford was hired under special category that existed for 1 year. Oh, interpreter. Okay. Presidential Office Refurbishment. 5 Pieces Flavor Development. Caviar. Edward Roottrees Retirement Party. Christmas Tree Bash. New Year's Eve Ball. Travel expenses. 5 Pieces Flavor Development. Butterscotch. I mean, Butterscotch does seem pretty good. 4th of July Spectacular. New Year's Eve Ball. The volatility continued. Many new employees didn't tend to stick around very long. Terry O'Connor was hired. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Douglas Rosenberg is no longer employed by Roottrees. Edward Morrison and Robert Andrews were hired. Edward Morrison is no longer employed by Roottrees. Corin Schwartz and Beatrice Watts are no longer employed by Roottrees. Linda Lewis and Alan Jill Ingram were hired. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing are no longer employed by Roottrees. Catherine Garrett was hired. These are all secretaries. William Sams is no longer employed by Roottrees. Emily Seinfeld is no longer employed, but Emily Barnes is now listed. Okay, so another married one. I don't know if I'm super confident about this anymore, but I'm gonna leave it up just in case. Okay. Gwyneth Cattrall is now listed. Alright, that's when I lost Gwyneth. Where's Gwyneth? She's here. Gwyneth Cattrall. There you go. 5 Pieces. Shigwa? Butterscotch New Year's Eve 4th of July Spectacular. Butterscotch New Year's Eve. Oh my god. Randolph Dove donation. Interesting. Guy Hudson died in May of 1982, so the first few months of that year continued along the same pattern as they had been. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses had ended. All the secretaries most handpicked by Guy Hudson were let go. Sam Madsen left Roottrees in 1984, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Carl Roottrees joins the special management. Susan Ford is no longer employed by Roottrees. No change, no change. Ernie Madsen Jr. no longer works in this department. Douglas Rosenberg was rehired. Angela Ingram, Linda Lewis, Catherine Garrett are no longer employed by Roottrees. From here on out, no secretaries are directly employed by Roottrees. Roottrees still uses a temp agency called Work Time Temp. Victor Logan was hired. Student Todd is no longer employed by Roottrees. Amy Sutton was hired. Sam Madsen is no longer employed by Roottrees. Cancelled on to 5 months. Okay. Clothing reimbursement. Fred Gleason. 50-year work anniversary bonus. That might also be important. Another person who's been at the company for a really long time. Let's try to look up. Worktime Temp. Company with many offices all over the United States. Richard Kenny Company is listed on the site as one of the companies they do business with. Okay. Can we look at Business Watch really quick and just look up Roottrees? Okay. May now be irrelevant. Root. Okay. Let's look up Raffatoons again really quick. Okay, there is an update. Oh, a telephone number. Set a photo of clock that no longer exists instead of redirects to the site for a telephone number. Apparently a phone number you can dial to before making long distance call to receive a discount from the telephone company. Past few months you've been inundated with ads for it and other services like it. This includes TV spots starring celebrities, radio commercials with parodies, popular songs, and banner ads for it on many different websites. Likely purchased for a third party when the license expired. Okay. What's the... Where do we go next? This has the most hints in it. Ooh. Large number of Antonelli's restaurants, not because it's a chain, but just because it seems to be a common name for Italian restaurants. More local resource if you're looking for a specific one. Let's look at the Butler County Times. That's not the correct thing. Antonelli's. Antonelli's is an Italian restaurant. Has been in the Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land that the building was on. At the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responds, there we go! She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. I think I'm right. I think that's here. Yes, they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Yes. Was named Elizabeth. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth Farrow. Yep. Elizabeth Farrow. Where'd I go? Okay. Elizabeth had a daughter. Met her daughter. Oh, okay. Hang on a second. Wait, Elizabeth Farrow? Wait, her name was Elizabeth Farrow? Am I getting confused? Christine Farrow was hired. Yes, Elizabeth Farrow had a daughter named Christine Farrow. There we go. Her daughter met someone at a party. They eloped quickly due to pregnancy. Caterer from local met her daughter at one of the guy's parties. They eloped quickly due to pregnancy. Daughter showed up with guy. Didn't seem comfortable switching partners. I think currently bun in the oven. Both working as much as they can. Open up their own restaurant. And that was in 1978, so I'm gonna assume that they maybe... the secretary, she opened her own restaurant, so she must... There's something else. Chef, maybe? I don't know if she's a chef. Tudor Gwyneth. Who's Beth? Yep, Beth Knox. I once had a secretary named Elizabeth. Wait a second. No, Beth worked for 50 years. Is Beth short for Elizabeth? Or is that her full name? She might just go by Beth. Her full name might be Elizabeth. I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. Beth on official documents is probably the full name. Yeah. Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth. It might be a different Beth. Okay. May be relevant. Is there any photos of Guy at these parties? There are photos they didn't want included. This is from... That looks like maybe from when the company switched over to him. So 1977. Christine Farrow was hired. Because that looks like a celebration. She's got champagne. I think Christine Farrow. Okay. Wait. Christine Garland has been hired. Hang on a second. What does it say? It says hired. But no longer. Okay, so I think Christine Garland and Christine Farrow are actually different people. Christine Garland has been hired. Because this one is Joanna Robinson is no longer listed, but Joanna Fellows has been added. But this one's no longer listed, but Christine Garland has been hired. So maybe that's not Christine Farrow. When she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Sam's farm supervisor was named Elizabeth. Now that seems right. Elizabeth Cravensworth. No longer employed And Garland is no longer working. She's a secretary. Let's try looking up Rochelle Zimmer real quick. Rochelle and her husband Mark Zimmer have a few mentions about the County Times. Rochelle owned Antonelli's, an Italian restaurant. Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Both closed in 1992. Mark was also mentioned once in Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. Let's go. Let's go. You were sued, you say? I pressed the wrong button. Steve Garland, you say? Steve Garland has mentioned a couple of articles. The first was an article about how he met his wife Christine when he worked at Antonelli's. Second is from months later, in September 1978. Ooh, I need to take my medicine. It's medicine time. Do. Take some meds. Okay, and mark down that I took my meds. This will probably be a longer stream because it's Roottrees, and you know I get into it. Okay. Second is from months later, in September of 1978, a listing for his weekend cooking classes Gourmet for the Groovy. Believe mentions how he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991 and is titled Local Author Gets Sued by Former County Butler Resident. It seems that local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. The recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with short fiction about how he learned it. These usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's salad, bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, and additional saw the same format. Kitchen Tales by Mark Zimmer. Re-release is garnishing the truth. Recipe book that contains stories. Oh, here we go. Kitchen Tales was a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer that had some excitement after it was featured on a morning talk show. Book released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states that the publishers were unprepared for the demand and that there were no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. It mentions that one of Kitchen Tales' recipes used salt water. The owner of the site has included a scan of that recipe, which is added to your evidence. She says if you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. Oop. The Platted Loaf. Ooh. Combines recipes and stories at a mild popularity. 2 years bakers Flour and Yates flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They thought sweetly about one another. But he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asks the reader to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary. Combine the salt and water together, but add to the mixture and whisk the dough until the dough begins to form. It was 10 to 12 years later that they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her position as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no kneading. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours, then spread it out and let it set for over 45 minutes on a floured baking sheet with no kneading. Next, prepare a Dutch oven preheated to 450 degrees. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. Also, Yates is just an anagram of yeast. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace's ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by her fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Cut the dough into 2 equal pieces, lightly sprinkle salt across the top of only one of them. Yates eased her pain. He insisted that she had no obligation to prepare for a return that she thought impossible, but he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plaited loaf. Word quickly spread of this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Roll and twist the pieces to entwine them, and take a twist and wrap around the inside of the Dutch oven. A top parchment from outside inward to make a spiral. BRE, you gotta walk the path. No problem, Kendra. Bankrolled by the king, Flower and Yates spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years and settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden with no regrets. Lastly, bake for 45 minutes, remove the lid, and observe the crust until it's golden brown, which could take up to 15 minutes. Both delighted. Not aware of the gift and already prepared buns for palace ovens. He'd been unable to bake with her. This is definitely a story of how they met, right? Okay. So Steve Garland. That's definitely about them, right? So I think it's... She was with a guy. I don't know. I might have to think about that more. Still nothing here. If I looked up Jane Doe Roottrie. Yeah, it was this. Is there anything more about the Clansed Trust? Okay. Roottrie's company's unusual legal agreement. The releases of 6 pieces by Sam Madsen, the Clansed Trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam had children and her grandchildren should have all been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Roottrie. It seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Roottrie, at the direction of Elias Roottrie, purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details about how it worked in an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward Clancy, his own twin brother, in comparative poverty. Because the rest of his family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public, and it did not go over well. Clark Rafferty LaRue took over the company, and his most celebrated move was his first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect is now under the third party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. This ensures that the financial motivations of the Roottrie family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential new Roottries. Some family members are still doing their best in slow investigation. The loaf is a secret Roottrie. The loaf is a secret Roottrie, and I think we all know this. Can we look up Elias again? Yeah, it's still out. Still information here. Her signature thumbs up. Brian Jones had a lot of information connected to him, actually. Okay. No. What about the lesbian, Caroline Morden? Anything up with her? What does she go by now? Is she still Caroline Morden or is she Caroline Landon? Oops. There we go. After the release of 6 pieces, Caroline Morden did a television interview. Someone has uploaded a partial transcript of that interview on the television section of a messaging community. Transcript is only her answers and is missing the questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience, but does give you a bit more history about Caroline and some of her family members. 45 minutes Caroline Morden interview. Can I look up 45 minutes real quick? Oh, I have. Okay. Thanks for having me. I've never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about my time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all her tractors, but I don't really think it fit her narrative. Yes and no, they never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean. But it's already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid me any attention. She's my wife, not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it is, I was 20 and I just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother for the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed a guy on a private jet to Europe. Okay. He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still in the family's eyes, this trip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that. No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women, but he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was a workaholic, he seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. With Carl though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped recording my calls. Oh well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than guys, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays he's kind of boring and old. I prefer that guy to how he used to be, and to Guy and Carl. But it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring and old. I think that's about Clark. I think that section's about Clark. Okay. Roottrees Legacy by Bess Williams. I want to know more about Bess Williams, motherfucker. Show me Bess Williams. This was always a dead end last time. Finally! Finally, we get the Family Man Roottrees Legacy. Finally! Oh, finally. By Bess Williams. Let's go. Put that over here, baby. Okay. Dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace the definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of the book was so lazy they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. Best thing for going for it is that they're only 85 pages long. There's 2 things here though. Show me Bess Williams. Who is Bess Williams? Author born in the late 1800s, she lived just outside of Miami and died tragically in a major hurricane that struck the area in 1926. Bess has a minor history with the Roottrees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatantly propaganda. Elias Roottrie. The Bocador Library, not far from where she lived, was destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the non-fiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950 and then closed in 1963 when multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area that made it redundant. She's very excited. Lucy's so excited right now. Ooh, let's go! Bocador Library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website for the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours and a list of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits is in the courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, now defunct weekly newspaper. Let's go. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Miami Sunday. What word? Okay. Try the Miami Print Museum. Let's have a look at our new evidence. Oh. I think that's Bess Williams, motherfucker. I think that's motherfucking Bess Williams, my guy. Unknown author. That might be here, though, actually. Maybe. Although it's connected over here. So, Bess was the affair baby, maybe. But where would you get the last known Williams from? Is Cuba by Cubans anything? Masha Barbin. I don't know, give it a look. Oh, whoops. Second glance is still related to your session anyway. Well, it was worth a chance. It was worth a look. Farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Was working as one of Guy's secretaries. That has to be farm supervisor Elizabeth is here. Elizabeth Farrer. And then one of Guy's secretaries, Christine Farrer. That has to be Christine Farrer. Still a secretary? Oh my god, she's still a secretary. Oh my god, I thought the time had passed, but maybe, I don't know. Okay. Okay. I know what Clementine's do it is. Okay. Booyah. Okay, no new hints though. This isn't correct though. Joanna's not correct. And this isn't correct either. I don't think her last name's Clementine. Okay, but we've got this section. This section's all filled out. Do I have more pictures of Guy? I do. The first one is in 1975. Okay, no, that has to be right. Julia Fellows. Okay, she was fired. Let me have a look again at... Let me look again at... Before she quit. Hello to the fair. Rental store where she worked the register. Okay, okay, there we go. So be cashier. There we go. Got it. She was cashier. Okay. But we know this now. Stephen Garland. There's still something here though. I think maybe the cashier is the extra hint there. I've got. Oh right, there's an upcoming tour. Right. Okay, let's try that. How young was she? Oh no, she was an adult. At least I believe so. Where's the photo of her? Yeah, here. These three people in the background still are suspicious to me. Yummy package. Mary, how much was it? Mary, how much was it? Okay. The oldest living retriever reprises and retells an incredible true story. Grub was one of the famous 5 pieces. She did when Felix was 16. Yeah, not when she was 16. Living a life of wealth and luxury, but fortune was nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. He has lived a long and fruitful life, however he's now in his 70s, and his age is beginning to make life on the road more difficult. So consider this your last chance to see him on the town near you before he settles back down in Pennsylvania. In his intimate evening, Miracle will reminisce about his famous history. He'll discuss his family's saints and sinners and provide a unique perspective on the most notable families in the United States today. Learn what originally drove him away from his fortune and into the arms of religion, and learn how his life has become more wealthy in spirit than ever could have been from inheritance. The site also lists the churches he will be appearing in and mentions that the tickets can be purchased from the services. Notably, only mentions about Miracle's news appearances. Oh, Miracle Jr. Still nothing about him. And this fucking guy. Maybe third. I meant to type it like this. No? Nothing. There's gotta be a affair with someone in Brazil, cause these two people are here, and this one back here too. There's a Christmas party. Which was the Christmas party? Christmas tree bash. And that was also the development into 1978. When was the Brazil? The beginning. Okay. $1981. So that could be... That photo might be in 1981. Who was it that said the thing about he started wearing the green suits? Who said the thing about the green suits? Who was it? Welcome back, Kendra. Who said the thing about the green suits? Dutch Europe. One who's writing the book. Don't remember her name. Is Bigotry here? Okay. It's Mistress Susie. Daughter's business partner in Australia. Let's try to look at Roottrees Australia. It was Roottrees Oz or Roottrees AU. There we go. Then the company is created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of Roottrees Everywhere initiative in summer 1979. According to history, Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottrees factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Roottrees Candy Company at the time. Only certain regions. Charles Martin. Martin's licorice bullets. Oh, Australians fucking love licorice bullets. The people who made this game know their Australianisms. We fucking love licorice bullets here, especially raspberry licorice bullets. Ah, that's some good shit right there. Most of his history is unrelated to the Roottrees. However, in 1979, he helped to develop Roottrees Oz, his own wealth to build a new factory, and they distributed the maple treats through the same methods he'd already been using for his previous candy venture. Website about Australian commerce mentions that he had a very unusual business agreement with the main Roottrees company in the US. Much like how the Clancy Trust distributed profits from the Roottrees Company evenly to the Roottrees family, profits from Roottrees Oz would be split 50-50 between the American Roottrees Company and Martin himself for him to do with what he wished. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible. Especially toward the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s, Roottrees Candy gained poor reputation in Australia and sales suffered immensely. Passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin. There we go. Robin Martin. Okay. He and she definitely spent a few nights together. Robin is in one of these spots. 1982. That happened in 1979. Hang on. Australia, China, France, Brazil. So 9. We had to kind of plot who is who here. Let's try looking up Robin Martin. Featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world lists. Oh, she's one of these bitches. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband. And there is a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she would never have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punch live result Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that simply said "satisfied partner" on it. Is Robin Martin in Business Watch? Ooh, there we go. Sold off her father's assets in 1992. The year after he died, which combined with her inheritance immediately catapulted into almost an unimaginable level of wealth. The writer of Business Watch, who was assigned to report on this news, seems to disapprove of this move immensely. While the article does touch on the announcement of who took over the licorice division as well as what was to become of the maple candy factory, the entire text seems to be dripping with contempt that someone would be willing to dismantle and gut such a successful company to earn a quick butt. The article ends with a dig at Robin's personal life and lack of traditional values. But who am I to judge? Maybe she sold all to ensure a better future for her own children. Oh, wait. She has no children. That might be a red herring. Because in order to go on the map, they have to have a child. So Robin might not be here? Let's try look. Expansion of Roottrees into Australia did create a bit of a blip in 1978. Mentioned that Charles Martin met with the legal and leadership teams in Roottrees in late 1977. Came to an agreement and broke ground on a new factory in early 1978. Roottrees Company's statement, said to come directly from the president, was a bit awkward. Roottrees is excited to begin a new adventure down under. They're extremely impressed with Charles Martin and feel like this expansion heralds a new era for Roottrees that will last years to come. Roottrees is founded on family, and Charles's family has impressed us, especially his daughter Robin. You know, she'll continue to steer the ship just as Elias's Roottrees family continues to do so in the US. Let's just highlight that really quick. Good luck, 7. Send a Karen email. Kendra, you do it. I want to look at Christine Garland again. That's all. Okay. also have to go to the China. Let's go down the China rabbit hole. I think it was called China Roottrees. When the company is created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy, developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative in summer 1979. During the late 70s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led to the new opportunities for American companies, and the Roottrees candy company decided to pounce. Lang Hongbo, who was said to personally win over the Roottrees family, also married, never said how much the figure cost from Ami. Some owner of multiple textile factories and did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead they made a deal to import bulk unpackaged Roottrees candy and label it not only for China but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters, and his brother Lang Hongyu took control upon his death in 1986. After Hongyu died in 1992, Lang Xinyu. Ooh, here we go. China family name comes first, as long as the last name is businesswoman currently running the Langtai Textile Company. She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. This article entitled "Empower" is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister. Lang Xinyu took over as CEO of her family's company in 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them, the article does not say how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on the popular proverb. The article roughly translated as someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could do us all. The article also offhandedly mentioned that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. There's an unsourced picture of Xinyu in the article. It says that from 1992, when she took over, she was 45 at the time, has been added to evidence. Xinyu? Oh! Young Xinyu. Let's also look at Lang Hongbo. Tao Textile Corporation. The company seems very accomplished. Their site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles listed in it in nearly every language. It's also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses, but those mentions are company focused and not people focused and don't offer any information useful to your investigation. The page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with names that look like the company has been in the Lang family for a long time. Kind of looks like a family tree. Goes back at least 250 years in some point form or another. Wow, that's always so wild to me. Countries that have been like industrialized for like hundreds of years, and like have had companies that are like hundreds of years old. Meanwhile, in Australia, we were colonized like 150 something. No, it's got to be over. Nearly 200 years ago, I'd say. We don't have a lot of very old buildings, is what I'm trying to say, and we don't have a lot of very old companies. So hearing a company that's like 250 years old, I'm like, what the fuck? How does what? During the period where they began the Roottrees deal, Lang Hongbo in China, his family name was Zio. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on the website. His younger brother, Lang Hongyu, is featured on the history section, directly following him. Seems to be the only mention of the man. Xinyu, that's her last name. Appears in the family tree. Chinese tourists in the UK. Oh, Chinese like the UK. Oh my god, it's so old. It's so old. The UK is so old. Tour guys try to impress them with a 150-year-old building. They're like, okay, oh yeah. China's been at it. They've been at it, you know? China's been doing it. Okay, this is the same. Oh wait, no, this is not the same. Okay. Company focused. Page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with the names that prove the company's been lying for. Okay. Yeah. American logos on page. Tranquils, and the third is Piece of Asia. Play on Tranquil and quilts. It was ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt feature on the website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbol all around it. Although they were listed on the website for a long-time textile company, they don't seem to have much of a connection. Seems they import cloth. Import cloth. Piece of Asia. American arm of Long Tai, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Tai Long Tai translates to peaceful, so they chose their name in America to match. There are a lot of companies listed here. Too many to investigate. Very few of them seem to have relevance. Yeah, you accomplish this Long Tai. Fabrics and cloths at wholesale prices. You don't see anything out of the ornery. Business said to be owned by... Ooh, here we go. Some names. Remember an amazing play about how Japan is praised for their amazing infrastructure and the connection to their history and still standing ancient locations, and goes on to how to show this is so unusual because Japan was such a conquering power. They've been occupying rather than occupied and therefore not had much rebuilding done. Yeah. It's crazy what being a colonizer does for you. This is said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Chinese names listed too. Using online translator seems Jerry is Han Junhui and Linda is Lang Jinyao. I don't have any diacritics, so I don't know for sure. Okay. Let's try Jerry Han. There we go. Beautiful piece. She had come back from biking all over Japan. Wow. So cool. Focus on philanthropy. Sorry, I got distracted. Hanging with the Hans. The Hans are Chinese because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese-American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father had led a large company. This article never names it. After expanding to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the US portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting. This has got to be... Jinyu's little sister, right? Jinyu? Yeah. This has got to be Jinyu's little sister. Is there a Butch Cassidy in the wall? Okay. So Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. Kids are the complete opposite though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister, our niece. Yeah, that's the nephew! Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. Yup! Is there anything about Lucy Lang? Not exactly a common name, but it's not the most uncommon you've come across either. There are few to come across any searchable details, so it might be possible to narrow down your possibilities. Lucy Lang is mentioned on a robotics website as part of a Team Talent Claw. A robot-based show in the UK? Women's a cappella group. Oh my god, Lucy! She's going crazy! Oh no, there's multiple Lucy's. I thought this was all the same Lucy for a second. The UK, in Los Angeles, and New York. Corporate, synergetic. Okay, what was the Lucy? Grew up, that was the opposite she went to get here. So she's in America. So she's either Gin and Tonics or Corporate Energy Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. Let's try this one. Okay. This is being ranked one as one of the top facilitators in the world by Business Watch magazine. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Show me Lucy Lang, baby. Lucy Lang was listed in Business Watch for her work with Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. She did an article about consultants that corporations hire to facilitate large internal changes. Each person featured in the article has a small bio section, followed by a longer section about why they were chosen. Lucy's bio section, she mentioned she grew up in a small Arkansas town. Damn it! Damn it, because Lucy grew up in China. Damn it, so it's not that one. It's not this one. We need the Lucy that grew up in China. Okay, so we need the gin and tonics. Let's get the gin and tonics. College a cappella group. The Los Angeles Lucy Lang is listed as soprano. It doesn't need to be much else about her other than her name. That she performs as a soloist on a song called Like the Wind. A CD compilation called Boca. Like the Wind. Ooh. By FEX is an early 1980s pop song. It was a #1 hit in many countries, though it peaked at 6 in the US. Still played to this day in contemporary stations around the world and is often found on compilation discs of popular music. One review at the time was quoted saying, "Subways of Your Mind is one of those rare songs that feels like it's always existed, and the artist has just plucked it fully formed from the collective ether. Hard to imagine a world in which this modern classic won't become a regular part of our audio landscape for the next 100 years. What a sad, empty world that would be." FEX had many follow-ups. It's just unpopular in European countries, so the continued success was significantly more limited in the United States. Its next single, Honking Hands, only reached 24, and the third single, Modern Danger, failed to chart at all. Due to Subways of Your Mind family starting with a catchy opening phrase like the wind, and perhaps also due to a somewhat lengthy title, those seeking it are often requesting it often search for like the wind. Many lyric sites and music hosting sites even label it incorrectly, making this mistake even more common. While searching for combinations like the wind and attempting to narrow it down to results that include the Roottrees, you find an obscure Irish band called U2. One cited both FEX and Jim and Diamond as inspirations. As far as you can tell, neither FEX nor Subways has anything to do with the search. Seeing as U2 is relatively unknown to anyone outside Dublin, the connection seems to be on coincidence. Oh my god. Best of College a cappella existed since 1995. It's a compilation of various a cappella groups from different colleges. Nobody's ever done combo. Okay. It's a soloist in a song called Like the Wind. FEX. Okay. Talking Hands. No. Just Grandorf Dove. All right. We did see that at one point. Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from the Roottrees offices used to be in Butler County, but serves much of that part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. According to the website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove from 1923 to 1990 because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. Okay, the founder had issues with government translators leading to an odd translation issue. Oh, and there was an interpreter hired for a period of time. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. Staff is listed on the website. You scan through all the biographies, find the principal, Ms. Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. She's been working at the school for over 15 years. Ms. Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. Mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Let's fucking go. What was the interpreter's name? Susan Ford! Let's go! Let's go! Susan Ford! Susan Ford! In the Hudson Wing! Expansion to the Grandorf Dove, first built in 1982. It's a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, and operates as a small independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to the history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottrees company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. Let's go. That was in... What was the... That was... Where was the... The generous donation... Travel expenses... There it is. There we go. It's a vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from the other information you've seen about the school. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing ever existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. First openly operated on weekends. Okay. She convinced... Working for over 15 years. 99. Yeah. I think that's... How would she convince Roottrees management to do that? 'Cause she had dirt on him. She had dirt on him. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Yep, and then she's no longer employed. Let's go. Her husband who's deaf. Surprise her future husband who's deaf. Might that be here? Did they split up? Because they found out she was pregnant. She left in 1982. A guy died in 1982. Put her in the middle of the affairs. But she can't be here because she's got a future husband. Okay, it was Susan Ford. Susan Ford. The deaf. Also, Ms. Ford! She's not married anymore! Not married anymore! Let's go! She's not married anymore! I think this one's her. I don't think she's in the final affair. I think this one's her. I think this is her. Is there interpreter here? Or teacher? What is... Principal. She's the principal. Let's go. Okay, Grandorf. Nope, not Grandord. Grandorf, please. Damn it. ASL. Grandorf Dove. Specifically? Do you need Grandorf Dove specifically? There we go. Let's go. School for the Deaf near Butler and was regularly listed in articles with other local schools. Butler County Times archives includes what seems like a list such as snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 70 years ago and stretched until the last mentioned in 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Randolph Dove was at the center of a crime article in 1982. Someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. Let's fucking go. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, destruction came weeks after he married to the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the report's investigations, students' reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made for the damages and for the couple to begin divorce proceedings. Hughes, Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson wing have all been... Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go. Okay. Is there a way? We need to find a picture of them, though, is the thing. A picture of them. How would we find a picture of them? Randolph School for the Deaf. The Hudson Wing. Google Susan Ford on her own. I think we did. Yeah, I thought so. Susan Hughes. But this is huge, guys. This is huge. I knew it. Okay. How do we get a picture of them, though? This... Have we looked into Mary Beth Clementine? Have we properly looked into that? Sometimes if you're stuck on something, you have to go down a completely different path, and then they'll like interconnect weirdly. You have to be willing to jump around. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Mary Beth Clementine was a singer and most popular in the years between 1942 and 59. Wait, would she be... Yeah, let me delete the one that missed the... No, I did it. I'll read this in a second. But we haven't had anything in Starlet for a while. Damn it! I wanted there to be a Starlet article. 1942 and 1959, she traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs. And although she recorded a few records, they seemed lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He's Got the World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoptions. Okay. Adoptions, you say? She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. Wait, did it say what the names of those children was? Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. Husband claims he's a Roottrie. Stuart and Mark. Did we hear Mark somewhere else? Okay. Okay. Spent a lot of time Mark Zimmer, I think was what it was. Maybe it's different. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949, who were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African-American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on the adoption site, under unusual circumstances. Interesting. In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced. Both times to her manager, Sterling. Sterling a first name? Sterling's a first name. This ended her career with the religious audience she'd been catering to, and while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. Let's have a look at New Edison. New Edison was a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. According to a website about the history of the recording sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Let's fucking go. Okay. Its biggest claim to the fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. You also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says the Holy Grail is the re-release of the old rugged cross, and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. We can find her maiden name. Let's go! Another site said that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edison, got into a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user-submitted. There's an email address at the bottom, and the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood," and I'll add them to the page. Show me her maiden name, please. How do I find... Modern Music Monthly. Let's go. Mary Beth Quaker! Let's go! Let's go! Really good sound. Maiden name acquired. Maiden name acquired. Okay. Let's have a look at Edison Records versus Edsel. Okay, Edison Records was the first record labels, okay. The website about lawsuits mentions this as a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. Check Sterling while you're at it. Don't worry, I will. Record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison, so his last name isn't actually Edison. Edsel was a German last name. At the time of the founding, the company US was at war with Germany. Ah! I got you, bitch. Edsel Sterling. Okay. So let's look up Sterling. He probably went by Edison mostly. So let's look up Sterling Edison. Try Sterling Edsel? No. Okay. Physical altercation in public. Okay. Mary Beth Quaker. What if I try looking up Mary Beth Quaker? Okay. Okay. Here we go. Hold on his hands. We just did this. New Edison. New Edison Records and Modern Music Monthly had quite a lot of overlap. There are countless advertisements for various covers of popular songs, and they all start to blend together. When you scan the results for anything other than an advertisement, you do find a very brief blurb on when New Edison was sued by Edison Records. By the time the magazine had covered it, it seems like the lawsuit was settled out of court and New Edison was destined to shut down. The owner, who went by Sterling Edison, said he'd likely create a new record company, and there's no evidence anywhere that he did, and that was the last mention of him in MMM. Show me Edison records. Okay. No, this is relevant. Okay. Adopted children. Mary Beth Clementine, adopted children. Stuart and Mark. So this is Mark. And I'm going to assume his last name is probably Clementine. Where did the name Clementine come from? Did she just change her name? And then her children had that name? Because we know that that's correct. Stuart Clementine. He's a police officer. There we go. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. Massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. If Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others of the list come from here or Australia. Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty break entry, seems like a real piece of work. It's wondering about him being a basket baby in 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline. He tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. Also, basket baby. That is a term for adopted kids. So that's got to be him. 1902, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bit on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as giving him a name. Let's go. I love getting a new periodical. Is it raining? Oh, it's raining very much so, actually. It's raining a lot. Hey, just so you know, the internet in Australia is shit, and when it rains really heavy, the internet craps out. That's just a fun fact about Australian internet. So if the stream disconnects, whoops. But that's fun. Okay. The stream delay is really high today. Maybe. Mayhaps. His mugshot from the incident has been added to your photos. Let's go. 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. His daughter's graduation, you say? Oh, he's kind of handsome. Is it just me? We're just gonna be like... He's kind of handsome, right? What would his job be? Mechanic. He was a pilot, but he was fired. Is there an unemployed? There isn't an unemployed. Everyone here is employed. I guess maybe pilot? Is criminal a job? It's not. Portland Telegraph. I love new periodicals. I love new periodicals. I love them so much. Run-of-the-mill newspaper based out of Portland, Oregon. They have a website with a lot of dry statistics about how many subscribers they have. Let's look at the Portland Telegraph and let's look at Crocodile Clementine. Hee hee hee. One that provided the nickname Crocodile Clementine and has some details about the Crocodile Clementine's first major arrest. He's flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane. His vice was very low, literally under the radar. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile on the lead and had to call in Mayday because he was losing blood. He tried to tell them that he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit, but his story seemed very odd and controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When he landed, they were waiting and he was promptly arrested. So I think he counts as a pilot. And he has a spouse and a child. 2 children. Well, they're split up now. But he had 2 children. We saw something mentioned his partner. His daughter's graduation. Okay, there we go. So he has a daughter. Billy Sims, principal of Sandstone Canyon High School, who had his 15 minutes of fame in 1994 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization from Trustworthy to Tabloid seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in a now famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "Alright, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backwards somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. The security guard of the recording captioned someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." That's hilarious. Portland Telegraph. Okay. Crockwatch! Slightly longer than most about the Billy Sims incident, mostly because the assaulter appeared in paper before. Because of somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question, and because their readers were already familiar with Mark Clementine, they filled out a special word called Crockwatch. Mentioned that our good friend Cock Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He's apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyways. It's unknown to the school staff, including Sims, at the time who he was, but security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Okay. Let's have a look at... he's Sandstone Canyon High School. There we go. In San Diego. Mentioned a lot in the Billy Sims incident. Okay, he has a daughter though. And a wife who has a restraining order against him. It's Nomia. Batman Sims. Billy is short for William. So what if I just tried William Sims? Damn. He has a daughter who graduated high school. So I'm gonna assume this is probably her. Maybe? Mark Clementine. Basket Baby of 1950. 1950s gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently, she was rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby at her doorstep with a basket. According to the site, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Though it wasn't national news, in many circles he became known as Basket Baby and even went on tour with her as he grew up. None of the websites state who the woman or baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either people too closely. For context, you know it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life and her son Mark. May have an affair. Miracle Roottrees. Okay. Basket Baby. How would I find... His daughter's graduation. This picture isn't locked in. Yeah, because I need 4. So I think this is correct. This is correct. I think that's correct. I need 1 more to lock them in. I got 3. Mary Beth's husband in the back. It might be, but I don't know. Let's try putting it there. That might be Sterling Etzel. We might need to find like school registries or something like that at some point. Maybe actually it was, hang on, what was the school? Sandstone Canyon High School in San Diego. None of these. There's Crocodile. Clementine in here. Okay. Here we go. News Time did a small piece about a fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. The goal is to paint a picture of the 2 men involved from the others who knew them best. Here we go. Hunted down Colleen Webb. Thank you. Colleen Webb. Love to see it. According to section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked at an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. Charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. The time she was pregnant with their 2nd daughter, she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the web names so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. Okay, so legally, their legal names are Clementine. Their legal last names are Clementine. And we are looking for legal names, I believe. Yeah. Birth. So she's graduated. And when did this happen? Let me just check. 1994. Okay, so she might be in college, actually. No, it's been 5 years, so she might have graduated. But you might still be a student. Clementine. If I just Google the last name Clementine, does it show me? No, didn't think so. Colleen Webb. But keeping an eye out for webs. Webs might be useful. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, we just need 1 more person, and I think we can lock these in. Because I'm pretty confident with 3 of these. I'm pretty confident with this, this, and this. So we need 1 more, and then we can lock them in. I think once I lock in, we'll do... Yeah, we'll get the next one, because we get... Once we get 4 ones, we have the next story beat. So I think that's what I want to do, and then I'll end stream. That seems like a good point to end it. Okay. Let's see if we can go down a path that we haven't gone down yet. Okay. Stevie Whitlock. She's a lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. Still, she's managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. She became famous in the mid-1980s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch stunts were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. Okay, since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, none of this seems to be related to the Roottrees. Okay, never mind. Who's Beth? Let's look up about Gwyn. What's Gwyn been up to? Oh, she died like 3 weeks ago. Oh no! To leave in Hollywood, she made no effort to stay in the limelight, and most of her career turned to focus on a larger world, guys like us. Oh no! Not much is known about her death, except that it was announced that she died peacefully in a sleep while being treated for a sudden severe case of pneumonia. Before that, she'd recently been in relatively good health. Aww. Gwyn! I like Gwyn. I don't know, we never met Gwyn. I don't know why I'm like attached to Gwyn, but I don't know, I liked her. She's cute. Okay, we have... Okay, what else do we have? Cicely Sanchez. His mistress Susie. Right. Is there a Susie? Oh, were she French? I forgot there was a French branch. Let's have a look for Susies or Suzannes in the secretaries list really quick. Corin. Suzanne Ford. That might be Susie. Try something real quick. Damn. Weather check. Roottrees, France. I forgot about the French Roottrees. One of the companies. Tristan Robert. Okay. Non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process. Okay. Leadership of Roottrees went through a very large change soon after. Tristan Robert. He's a businessman who was at one time in negotiations to take over Roottrees, France. He's still alive, and you come across an interview unrelated to Roottrees from a few months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottreemania, as he recognized the word Roottrees in one of the questions. It seems the interview stuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. The article's in French and takes some time to translate section by section. He mentions Guy by first name only and tells the tale he tells is quite ugly. Guy, the president of Roottrees, was one of the worst men I've ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly thereafter, I felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. Seems like mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the questions a bit, and the interview never returns to the subject of Roottrees. Let's see if Tristan Robertson, Business Watch. Oh no. This feels a bit of a dead end to me. Because they never actually had an affair or a child. They never actually had an affair or a child. Wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. Let's have a look at some more stuff. Edson Soares. Yeah, this is the politician. His wife Sonia. I feel like this person in the background is also very interesting to me. I feel like this might be Sonia. Okay. People on him when he was in France, Australia too. Susan Hyde at that time. No, Susan was an ASL interpreter. Susan did ASL for her husband. Wait, where'd Susan go? I lost Susan. Susan? Where'd you go, Susan? She's over here. Is Thomas Hughes... Thomas Green. Special category that only existed for 1 year. There's 3 here. Part-time temp. Fred Gleason. She knew 5 languages, if I recall. Did she? What was that? Food in 5 languages. She might be. Including ASL. Fred in the Butler County Times. She could have been an interpreter. I feel like I know so much about Susan, except I need a photo of her. If I can get a photo of Susan, I think I've got something. What if I just... No. Remember her from our trip overseas. Okay. Cicely Sanchez. Down. Brazil. The photos that were not allowed to be published. Put that there also. Picotti. What does Picotti do? Launches into popular culture. Okay. Yep, that's Sicily. Okay. Telluride feels like it's gotta be something. Telluride. I don't know what. News time. Gotta be something about Sonia Soares. Okay, and that's how we found Flavio Soares. There's Ashley York. Oh, maybe he's in News Time, Picotti, Teen Blast. Okay, here we go. Ashley York, a British supermodel, appeared on the cover of Teen Blast wearing a fur shawl 3 months ago. This appearance doesn't lead to any useful information, but another more recent appearance in text only mentions she's dating Flavio Soares. Or Soares? I don't know. In a Teen Blast reporter asked how they met. I was in Rio for a carnival and he was on one of the parade votes. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw. I told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. Felt pretty stupid once I realized we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called Transmission. Thank you. Transmission Paulo. Suarez? Maybe, I don't know. Suarez? Sonia Alves. Changed her name to Nia to stand out in the public eye. Oh, there we go. Oh, let's go. Changed her name to Nia. According to a history page that's focused on her company and vague, unsearchable details, Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980 and invested in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. At the same time, she'd just begun to learn the ins and outs of running a television network. She continued to work in television until 1988, when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt this was the perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investment and connections. Now her company owns television networks, magazines, newspaper, and advertising firms. Inheritance, yeah! Doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her as unmarried. Let's go. Might that be the final? Flavia? Nia. Let's try Sonia Alves first. No relevant results. Let's try Nia Alves. Nia Alves. Suarez. Okay. Nia Alves. This time, Picotti. Business Watch. There we go. The umbrella of Transmission Paulo. For as well, since she was married to the mayor, I think. Yes, she was. But I have a feeling it's this one for some reason. Relevant appearance seems to be an article about the struggles of American media companies to do business with their foreign counterparts due to difference in laws. A few media groups and countries are discussed, including those in Africa and the Middle East. Sibling of Flavio. Yeah, there's no mention of sibling. And they could have a... I'm not sure if they had... well, I'll consider. Hang on. For lack of freedom of speech laws in Brazil, there's been an added bureaucracy in publishing certain stories on Transmission Paulo's channels. Nia is extremely private about her identity and supposedly once used a connections to have a reporter fired from a rival network and blacklisted. Journalist claims this was to shut down the story he was doing about her personal life, including that her marriage in 1973 was not of her own choice. His research claims that she essentially had her husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. It also claims that past appearances with her husband have been for show, they do not live together, and she resents her own parents for that arrangement. The final claim was that she must have made her money under the table through nefarious and possible illegal means during Brazil's dictatorship, as his research uncovered that she could not possibly have earned enough to start a media company otherwise. Do we have... Okay. Got this. Yeah, online. And then we had, what was the husband? Edson Suarez. Okay. Edson Suarez, and then Flavio. There was Team Boss, and we had Flavio there. Team Blast, and then there's Picoty, News Time. Anything there? I think. She had to be married. Flavio's also blonde, isn't he? American Car Company. I keep looking for stuff. Oh, this. What the fuck is this? This is from previously. I didn't see this before. Include more chemicals. Due to a loophole in the counter, it's possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day, so long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over. Oh! It's widely used in many products, yep. Legacy. Tree. Just like York. Cravenworth. Shell Zimmer. Oh right, we never looked into this. Bookmarks. The Butley counted times many times. All of them were informed by advertisements and listings. Laura Roottrees did do a book signing back in 1970. Jet to Europe. Is there more about Caroline Morden now? Okay. The television interview. Transcript was only our answers. Okay, we did get that. We did get that. Any new info from Lauren? Maybe. Baker's 6 pieces release, Lauren Roottrees was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She began suffering from Alzheimer's. Caught standing on a ladder and holding the camera over the privacy wall to take photos of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bench outside. Yep, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's just sad. Hey guys, that's just sad. There's gotta be something about Susan. I believe in the Susan rabbit hole. Oh, I believe in the Susan rabbit hole. Regina. Okay, Miracle Church. Emily looked up this already. Yep. Oh, interdisciplinaritis. Disease coined by popular sketch show as part of a fake pharmaceutical advertisement for Jit Together. The segment isn't fully about the Roottrees Candy Company. It was released in the weeks after the bizarre response to the release of 6 pieces by Sam Madsen. The bizarre response, yep, references the recent news. Number 5 at the drive-through speaker. Then after pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window, asking to switch to number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and annoyance amongst the restaurant's employees. Okay. Sketch transitioned from restaurant scene to pharmaceutical commercial. Suffering from indecisionitis. Hint to the leaders of large corporations. Recommends Jit Together. Final testimony included a bald man in silhouette with a voice changer saying, I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I'm comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I really should have gotten my Jit together. That's Clark. Roottrees Rift. President of the Roottrees Candy Company. Okay. Ron Roottrees would be taking over temporarily as interim president, but it also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. Also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Cleanser Trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was clearly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the 2 press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of one of the announcement was made prematurely, and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottrees would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. Okay, what's Ron Roottrees been up to? Okay. Heavy speculation based on an article about Business Watch. Well, 2 months after the Roottrees rift about what really happened with Roottrees, the article mentions that nobody from Roottrees that had reached out was willing to go on the record. Instead, the timeline of events had been constructed from public record, accidental leaks, and a source on the inside. The only parts that are new to you are the most vague. Also the most vague parts, the ones supposedly confirmed by their anonymous source. Timeline said that the family had actually held a preliminary vote after Carl Roottrees died, but before the releases of 6 pieces, decided they wanted Ron Roottrees to take over because of his experience running RR Productions and because he's well-known and respected Roottrees. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the Cleanser Trust to remove Robbie Roottrees. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled, and Ron became frustrated with the delay. When 6 pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action while the family was in the limelight and released the press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the clans of trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. I don't know if that gives me much information. Clock and Business Watch, maybe. Okay. Clock Graffiti Lure, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Legal Enterprises, were visited in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of the clans and trust. Okay, seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottrees sometime in late March after the Roottrie Rift, but well before Roottreemania. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. The family quickly jumped on this chance, as many of the family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their share of the clans of trust as high as possible. After looking over the clans of trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound, and there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises had been described as a mix between a law firm and a PR firm. Her first move as sort of a trial run before she was hired permanently was to help them draft a public statement attaching send to the family and declaring that they'd begin to address the clans of trust. This went quite well. Ruby is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing various charitable cases such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Ruby Spratt. Yeah, this is the same. This picks pop. Get rid of this. Ah! Okay, that's all the... Whoops. Harushi was released from French prison after serving a few years of assault. His embezzlement and arrest were partially featured in 6 pieces. Zorobi's participation in the clans of trust was a key piece of evidence in Sam's favor, and has since become more publicly infamous. He did not return to the United States, but when journalists reached out to him recently after the death of his mother, he had issued a blanket statement a few days ago. The death of my mother was hard on our family. My brother and I, after spending time together, caring for her and mourning, have finally made amends. It was a highly transformative few weeks and came to our relationship. I'm in recovery from my addiction, and a major aspect of that process is that I wish to stay private. I've gotta be able to get something about... He has 2 daughters with Colleen Webb. There's gotta be... Sims' wife, Carla. Carla Sims. Carla seems to be a nickname. Short for Carlita. Nah. fellow pilot, pregnant with their second daughter. His name. These are both. Colleen Webb. Is she in any periodicals? Anything? T-Blast, I don't know. I gotta be able to find these kids, man. I gotta find these kids. It sounds not great, but you know. Hang on. Zanelli's. There's one politician. We didn't think so. What the fuck is she? Oh, watermelon. Control. Dove donation. Is there anything else that's out of the ordinary here? Retirement party. There's gotta be something. What am I not looking into? Christine? Right, this. Openly to the Elias's affair. There is family man. Bess Williams is so sus to me. This is so sus. This is the Miami Print Museum. There's something. Something. Miami Sunday. Did I ever look into this? Can I just search for it? Became the Miami Mercury Sunday. Quirky printing history facts. 2 smaller failing newspapers. Because the... Okay. Let's combine the names in the way that they did. And combining the names in the way that they did. It's the longest title for American newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. Nobody even investigated this. I'm gonna keep the Jefferson Jimple cute anyways. I'm gonna have it. Give it to me. Mercury Sunday. Miami Mercury. There we go. It's now a defunct newspaper that merged with the Miami Sunday. The resulting newspaper, the Miami Mercury Sunday, went out of business. Let's fucking go. Miami Mercury. Let's go! Article about Bess Williams section in Vogatory Library began built in 1928. Mentions that Bess' young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. Later mentioned from 1949. The last year the paper existed about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 1950. The bidding war was won by Wildcat Construction. Ceased. Operations. Highlight. Wait, no. Bess Williams. Okay. I think son who is orphaned. John Doe. Just a temporary name. Wildcat have a page in Mercury. Wildcat Construction was mentioned once in an article you've already seen. It was also mentioned earlier under headline Constructing a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams, let's go. Left Florida in 1941, a construction worker and returned a hero who won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia handled the outreach to the wives of the local veterans who are often able to provide insight into their husbands' needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. Community support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. It's gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, the other local companies have decided to step back and let his shoulders handle it. This has become a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is that essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. At least for now, we're rooting for them. Is this possibly... Yes! Yes! Let's go! Let's go, baby! Colleen Webb, Sterling Etzel. Got that. Oh, let's go, baby! Booyah!
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one.
You're
My
welcome.
family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, Everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision.
I will say, the Cleanse Trust is faulty, has a major fault in which it divides equally, like, the earnings of the company among family members. But the longer that happens, the more family members there are, the more and more, like, spread out the funds become, until eventually it doesn't matter if the company is making $500 billion a second. If there are too many children, so against finding new Roottrees. Nothing. Thank you.
The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth.
Okay, yep.
I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure. But I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Okay. I think that's where we're ending it today. But I fucking got her. Bess Williams. What was her? Let's quickly get this in. Frank Williams. There we go. Oh, I got it. Oh, I got it. Let's go. Ah, thank you so much for joining me today. I'm glad that... Oh, we gotta get 8 before the next story? Damn. Very time now. It's late here. Oh yeah, we gotta go. It's hot. It was raining. Oh my god, it's so hot and it finished raining. And then I looked outside and the rain's almost completely dried up. Like the ground is not even really wet anymore outside. Wow. I love Melbourne. Okay? But thank you so much for coming to my stream. We did it. I'm so glad Roottreemania is not just like a little extra DLC with like 2 extra things. It's like a full extra, like double the content. Yes! Gimme, gimme. I think we'll probably have same time next week. Let me check the calendar. I think I can do same time next week. Yes, more Roottrees. More Roottreemania, let's go. Same time next week, guys. Get ready for another 4-hour stream. This motherfucker right here. What great work we've done. Look at this. We're doing so great. Frank Williams. We got some stuff to do here. There's a vote for that one. I work early next Sunday. It's okay. You'll be here in spirit. Susan, I'm coming for your ass. Susan, I swear to God. Okay. Thank you so much for coming to my stream. Hang on. Actually, wait a second. Let me do something. Actually, no, I don't think I can do that. Never mind. I was gonna do something, but just kidding. Here, we can look at the menu screen again. Alright, I will post my stream schedule in a little bit. In a bit. I haven't worked out the stream schedule because there's some still things that are up in the air. But I'll post the stream schedule when it's ready, okay? Give me some time, alright? But at least you know that we're doing Roottrees next week, same time. And I believe... anything else that's locked in? Oh yeah, Sims is locked in, Aegis Rim is locked in, Persona 3 Reload is locked in. I might also be doing a stream on with someone else on someone else's channel. I have to wait to see. I might be streaming tomorrow, maybe not. It might be the club stream, it might not be. Don't know yet. If I'm a secret Roottrees shot over your model. I could... Maybe. If I did... Because I can take my sleeves off. I'm gonna take my sleeves off. That button doesn't work anymore, apparently. But if I could take my sleeves off, I could put a t-shirt over top of it. But thank you so much for coming. I will see you tomorrow, maybe? I think. I'll double check with everyone. And I'll see you soon. Otsunawa. Bye. Oh, I forgot. Remember to like and subscribe and leave a comment telling me if you're a secret Roottrie or not. I will see you soon. Thank you so much, my $3+ members, Dallas and Desire Leaf. You could support me too by becoming a member or just tipping me on Ko-fi or sending super chats, anything like that. Okay, thank you. Bye.